Okay, hello everyone. Hello, hello. Just give me a second to get fully set up. As you know, I'm never ready for the start of stream. But today is the day where we're gonna be playing Phoenix Wright Trials and Tribulations. I'm hoping to finish today. So I don't know exactly how likely that'll be, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to attempt it. And in the end, isn't that all that matters? Shut up, Shadow. You just get through it. Okay. Sorry, I don't know what's going through me. Just give me a second to get fully set up. Because, you know, there are always things... There are always things that, like, I think about, and then... You know. You know. Alright, so that's there, that's there. Let me just do a couple more things. Just getting set up. Groovy! You are first. Hello! You are indeed. It's been you know what? It has been a while since you've been first. But I'm glad to see you. Unfortunately, no face cam today, not because I look ugly, but my room's kind of a disaster and I don't feel like showing it at the moment. But hi, good to see you. You're joining for the end of Phoenix Wright. Where is it? Where's what? What are you talking about, Groovy? Computer, analyze. Beep boop boop bop. Where's Pac-Man? It's Sunday. You know that Sunday is always Phoenix Wright. Until I beat this game, and then it won't be Phoenix Wright anymore. Yeah, okay. Yes, it is Sunday. But I take it you'll get the huge. So just give me. Actually, you know what? I probably shouldn't. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Beep beep boop bop. Oh. Grr. Okay. The huge. Good. I expect nothing less. I should unplug the Xbox instead. Sorry, so because I've been playing a lot of GameCube on stream, my upscaler has to plug in a different way, and that involves unplugging my Switch, and since I use my Switch a lot, I really shouldn't do that. Also, give me a second. It just occurred to me because my upscaler makes things dark, I need to readjust. So I wanted to go to real get a good chocolate latte. Why don't you? Surely there are coffee shops near you. Let me just configure video real quick cuz it was quite blown out. Done. No, it's not light mode. It's compensating for the Elgato, or for the upscaler, because that requires money. But so does lattes in general. I don't understand you. Where's my charger? Because I'm a fool and I forgot that I need to charge my electronics. Otherwise, my phone will die midstream and I won't be able to read. Oh, I finished Shantae and the Seven Sirens. It was actually really good. I was quite shocked because it didn't really get all that much attention. And I'm surprised because it was good. Hey, Andrea, it's so good to see you. Hey. Sorry, I'm just getting things set up because I'm a scatterbrained and never properly ready for a stream. There it is, Phoenix Wright. We're all gamers here, I think. So, yeah. You and your unreadiness. I know, I'm very unready. Always. Oh, and Roxy too. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Andrea, how are you doing? I take it you saw the tweet I did of my my birthday, because I announced my birthday stream, which I'm really excited about. It should be a lot of fun. I mean, I don't know how many people will show up, but it should be a lot of fun. Yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're good. I saw the art you posted in your server, and it was really good. I mean, all art of Andrea is good, but you know what I mean. Also, despite not being a good voice actor, I try and do all the voice acting, so prepare yourself. Very early birth, miss. Yes, Thursday. Happy birthday when it comes. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you too, Groovy. Thank you. Okay, so brace yourself for this.
Good morning. Oh, are you all by yourself?
Ah, morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So Sister Iris is still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
God, this is I gotta say, as sad as I will be to stop playing these games, it'll be nice not to ruin my throat every Sunday. You got hitting from a little... What? I'm just trying to voice act Pearl. I love playing this game and doing goofy voices, and my people have watched for long since spoilers. Oh, you haven't gotten to this one? No worries. I'm on, like, the last case of this trial, so if you need to go, I would rather you have a good experience with this game than spoiling it for me. But thank you so much for coming by. I really loved seeing you, and I hope to see you again. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. I can't believe I chose a Batman voice for, oh gosh, for her sister, for Iris' sister. Help me, I just try to hang out my laundry. Oh, nice. Getting laundry done is always a good feeling.
Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh, prosecutor's lobby, excuse me. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution, which makes no fucking sense. Wait, what? Spoilers for me too, but I'm half paying attention. Yeah, you're here for the laughs. You know, for the silly tension between Phoenix and Edward. The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, like I squeeze you every night, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I like that Phoenix just doesn't acknowledge that. I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. If you get what I mean.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today, like I nailed you last night, Phoenix. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. I already know how hard you nailed me. Touche. I can see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Because I get to decide all that. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands. Your capable, sturdy hands, partner. Thanks. Soft, beautiful hands. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donham. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. Sans! Hey, good to see you. How are you doing? And what that woman is really after. I mean, we already know what she's after. Solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Oh gosh. Oh yeah. The court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. How you doing, Sans? Are you, making progress on Woolly World? Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. They're brothers. That explains a lot. Judge being sus? He is. And also Enrai! Hey! Enrai, are you gonna be there on the 14th? Oh, Canadian. I know, I miss Canadian Judge. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Enrai! I hope you're doing well, and also, I'm really excited for my birthday. Wow, I'm sitting here, like, trying to process the information. It's impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. Wait, you have a birthday? I do. It's a mystery to the universe, but I do. But if it's at the... Yeah, it's at the same time, it's just on the 14th. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. Hey, want to read one of the letters? Don't worry, it won't spoil. I guess so. I mean, more so than anything, I'm super excited to open the present you got me. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Coffee. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Oh, so I was right. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? Hey Eric, I ran across this a few minutes ago, looks great, but now what? By that I mean, when someone finds your website, you go through search, what happens next? You get a lot of leads from your site, or at least... Oh, so this is like someone trying to be like, hey, I can help you with your, search engine optimization or whatever. I'm sorry, how many spam letters do you get? I can't imagine that just buying a random website would get a whole lot. During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she's had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. You'd be surprised? I guess I would. I mean, then again, I've never been on the back end of that kind of stuff, so... 80 a day? I would imagine like 80 over the course of the website's life, not in a day. Confession, the defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Objection! Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun, undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I couldn't beat the Joker. I couldn't do it, Alfred. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Oh god, the Batman voice. Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it.
Back grab some Calypso? What is that? Is that like tea or pot? I don't know. What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct, Alfred.
What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. That's a new record. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just so happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. I'm an accomplice to being a streamer. Isn't that right, Mr. Troy? Grrrlackado. So this confession they were conferring of. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It's blue lemonade? Interesting. I've never seen it, but then again, I don't really drink a whole lot of things. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Well, that is what accomplice means. Now, I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle. Up shit creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temples ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. Alfred, one of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? So Maya killed her mother? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order in the court. Dirty myself but never kill. Yeah, exactly. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes.
Games and Anime Club Leader, hey, good to see you. What particular club do you happen to lead, if you don't mind me asking? Iris sounds really manly, she's Batman.
And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her, Alfred. Where is she?
That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Also, I take it you're a Phoenix Wright fan, Games and Anime Club Leader? Or if you have a name I'd prefer you to call me. Also, why are we trusting a witness without any evidence? Yeah, that's a good point. Yes. Yeah, I'm really enjoying... I played the first two a long time ago, and now I've finally gotten around to the third. Leader. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected. But I never imagined the case would wind up going this direction. Let's just call the person... Wait. Why Dan? Oh, I gotta do this testimony in the voice.
I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. The Joker. He was there. I saw Mystic Elise strike Maya with her staff.
Games and close Enrai, but not quite. Games and Dan Anime. Yeah, that's a hard thing. If you ever a name you'd prefer me to call you, let me know, because I don't know if Dan is quite accurate.
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself, stole the weapon of the Joker. It was only in self-defense, you can't blame her for it.
Oh, it's sand. So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. She was under the influence of Scarecrow. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
Super Sand Legend. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Sand thesis. I like that. How many in drugs are involved? Yes. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. I've seen the Ace Attorney anime. I need to watch it. I've heard it's really great, but I have not seen it myself yet. Also because I wanted to finish this game so I didn't get spoiled. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Thesis on sand. Sand thesis. Why do I have half my bar? What did I do last time? Also, let me save. I was going DS games? Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the trilogy that I'm playing right now is the DS trilogy, so... Guilty, while being in space. Go into space jail. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
And hi, Kelsey. Good to see you. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay, even though we've accepted it into evidence plenty of times before. Is going to DS games. Wait, I'm sorry, I might be a little confused. So, you're saying that they're turning the anime in... or that the anime is covering the DS game entries? So what do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time.
It only covers the DS games, which is still a lot, I think. The first, though? Maybe. I admit, I actually don't know. And yeah, okay. Hi, gamers.
Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Tell me the truth, Alfred. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you. Then I saw her commit a murder.
Are you guilty of criminal activity? Is Groovy guilty? I see it all. Oh, nice. Yeah, like I said, I've seen like little clips and things, but I haven't actually watched it. So maybe when I finish this game, I'll make the time for it. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. Guilty of being criminally adorable. That's true. That's very true. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor.
See it in dub. Oh, really? Is the dub good? I know a lot of people go like, oh, you should never watch anime dubbed or whatever, but I like dubs. So, Quilty, yes. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I'm always glad when a dub's really good. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Miss Faye.
Yes. It was truly a frightening scene. And I've been to Gotham's underworld before. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head, and she looked like she was gonna collapse.
You make blanks of... What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. It was like watching my parents die again. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear. I know Kelsey means guilty, but I couldn't think of any crimes for my joke. Yeah, that makes sense. The voices are good. Good. I'll have to look where you can watch it, but I will definitely make the effort to try and find it. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. Wait, do you mean my voices or the anime voices? I thought you were talking about the anime voices. What happened after that?
Nothing important.
Sorry. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
The anime. Okay, that's what I thought you meant. Shadow, you'll be happy to know that your mic sounds back to normal. I have no idea why my mic was weird yesterday. Also a reminder, if you haven't sent a letter yet, you do so until the 14th, an hour before stream. If you can submit multiple letters. Yes, thank you. You know what, Enrai? I should also, I should put that in my announcements as well. If you can DM me, remind me to put that in my announcements channel of my Discord so I can let everyone know that you can send a letter if you'd like. Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh? Ellie's Donim tried to stab her with this weapon? to kill Miss Faye?
Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Whatever. That sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? I do. There is. Worcester. Okay. I'm sorry, I always get tripped up. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a moment, it's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Ugh. Also, again, I apologize for no face cam. I wanted to sit in a darker room today, and my room's a bit of a disaster anyway, so, yeah. Okay, now, let's continue. Give her staff away. Okay. I'm saving right here because I think I already know what the solution is. There we go. Perfect. You can see it on Funimation. Okay. Sadly, I don't have a Funimation subscription. Sadly, I can't afford subscriptions, like, in general, so, like, maybe if there's a trial or something I can do, maybe I could watch it then. There's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Ms. Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me.
But all you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. We can do a watch-along sometimes if you want. Oh, you know what? That's true, too. That might also be a good option. As you can see, it's a sword.
Oh.
If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Man, that's a little weird to describe it as beautiful. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? It doesn't matter. A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Because it's not like swords are known for close quarters combat. It's known for long range. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, then there's no problem with her testimony. Except for all the problems. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright.
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. And we all know historically they yeeted their swords. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not like swords are long-range weapons. We would never have attempted to take the life of Maya Fey. Because she's her mother. I would disagree. Well, it depends on your definition of long range, I guess. Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Fey. Just put one on a ballista. Well, yeah, but then that's a ballista. That's not a sword. So Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name was Misty Fey.
No, not Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about... there's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris has no idea, or had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer an explanation of why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, you can find the anime Justin Ace... the anime Justin Ace Attorney English dub? Oh! Well, yeah, I'd love to find it. Ideally without, a subscription. One, that the victim supposedly threw a sword away during a fight, and two, that the people fighting to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Yeah, ZZ? Okay, good. The fact you accepted that testimony without questioning anything really surprises me, Judge. Honestly, at this point, I'm not surprised that he accepted that. Like, I would be surprised if this was my first rodeo, but it's not, you know? Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Only things that are improbable. Except one little thing. Yes? What is this one little impossible thing? You still don't get it. You're an old codger. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point, please? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Just put in Ace Attorney English Dub Episode 1. Yeah. I mean, if I were going to search for it on my own, I'd imagine that's what I'd put first. So, yeah, hopefully shouldn't be too hard to find. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. I thought I don't know why I heard, like, loves to investigate the scent of the scene. No. Not gonna lie, but Gato is my spirit animal. Yeah, I understand. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Or if you don't look that closely, because it's pretty obvious. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. And the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. Even though, technically, she would have had to remove the dagger and then put it back in the tree. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? is because of the constant sip. Yeah. Yeah, Gato is kind of just Twitch chat in general. He's, you know, constantly sipping. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Excuse me, you said 8th. Yeah, thank you. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order a blood test be performed on it immediately. This, my sweetheart. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. The amounts of coffee just keep increasing, yeah. If you not put English dub, you're going to find the sub. Yeah, I prefer dub, so I will definitely make sure to include dub. I can perform a blood test on Gato as well. While we're at it, well, more like a coffee test. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming by, Games and Anime Club leader. I hope to see you again. Take care, stay safe. Yeah, and I'll let you know if I do end up watching the Ace Attorney anime. Yeah, thank you for coming in. Cute girls never lie. Ever. I be the Discord. Oh, you joined my Discord? Awesome, thank you. Then yeah, that is the best place to make sure that I do watch it. In any case, witness, could you please testify again to this court?
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, bye. Thank you again for coming by. Cute girls lie all the time. They lie when they say they like me. Anyway.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. It was metal as fuck. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Palm, hey, good to see you. That sounds reasonable. Why such a deep voice? Because she's Batman. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Where is Rachel? Where is she? Answer me!
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? What happened to the victim's staff then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. I would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and it fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. Oh, the music stopped. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't tell who was who. I was told I merely adopted the darkness. By Bane.
So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Zona. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Dude, that's cyberpunk visor, I know, right? Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes.
I legit wonder if the person who did the music for this did Mega Man Legends. Sounds very familiar. Well, so this was originally a DS game, so they kind of have that similar sound style, you know? The DS sound capabilities weren't really that advanced, so like, there are probably a fair amount of similarities between that and the PS1, you know? Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger. Okay, yeah. It was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely, it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. Well, let's look it up. Yeah, you know, that's a good point. We could look it up. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had stopped. But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seemed like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone that alone is impossible, which means there's a faulty testimony that must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Okay, so, stumbled while being hit, dodged the next attack, and stole her weapon. Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when she stabbed Elise. Elise managed to fling the knife away. Then she collapsed. I'm gonna save because I'm not exactly sure what statement to present it on, but... Oh, should it be this one? Oh gosh. Daily fact, the UK has a Chief Mouser, which is a cat. It's been a... Mouser longer than the 3 previous PMs. Wow, that's... It's adorable. Aw, it is. Oh, come on. Okay, one of these statements. Okay, it was this one. Something about what... Something about you just isn't right today, Iris.
Huh?
Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Doesn't look like the same composer? Okay, maybe not then. But I suspect it just sounds similar because of the similar kind of audio style. And I mean, they're both Capcom, so...
Oh.
This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, here's another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
Oh!
Just reached the same conclusion, that's fair. What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and back. You get my drift? No. Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Objection! Please knock it off with these cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already. Serious. I would have thought it's likely 'twas not. Yeah, so... I mean, like, maybe they kind of all share similar styles because they're, like, learning from each other, but it's not the same. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. I was gonna say they may have shared offices over the years. Yeah, I'm sure, like, they all have to kind of share info with each other. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Capcom and Nintendo music are top tier, it's true, they make some really outstanding music. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself! The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said, that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly: light. And that is light. Light. Old Sega and Konami were also top tier. Yes, that's true. A nice sip of water. Thank you. By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is training at the Intertemple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder why that stone lantern... I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and that wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all of the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Wright? No! Order, order, order! Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Yes, it will. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? Get out of the kitchen. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. Or it says brow right side up. What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down the right way. She must have been writing on that stone lantern behind her.
Not Aura Aura. Instead of order. Yeah.
With the blood that was draining out of her body.
It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern it's as clean as a whistle. Are you okay? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did just say something to me yesterday. You know, instead of writing upside down. Yeah, but also if you have your back to a wall, you're technically writing right side up for yourself. Think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggle eyes, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the current tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shiji Shido to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donham was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intended to return to the temple after taking care of the body. But...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes a lot of sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. I actually believe she did do that cover-up, because that explains why Bikini saw what she saw, but I'm not entirely clear about anything else. Would the head nun reject her from entering? Well, because she just murdered someone. She's a member of the sect, right? Well, I mean, but she was aiding and abetting a murderer. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
Objection! But the nun doesn't know that? Well, I mean, the nun saw the murder happen, or at least the cover-up. So she couldn't go back in because it's like, what are you doing stabbing this body? She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on me what she had done.
So then, you knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? It's pretty amazing how you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. A rickety frickin' bridge.
It looks a lot worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Maya Fey. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Huh. Makes perfect sense to me, even though the river would have carried her further. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Of course. If you really did move the body by the snowmobile, move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? The murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. And suddenly it had for the terminal list? What? But does it have something to do with this case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Oh, Amazon TV series. Okay, I haven't seen it or heard about it. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think I know. Yeah, the bridge would have already been on fire. Come on! That's the point! That's what we're leading to. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
That's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh? What is going on here? The snow had really stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, a bigger hole in her story than the movie The Grid Revelations. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. You couldn't have done, well, hold on, let me just double save. You couldn't have because it was on fire. Yeah, thank you. Ask Creed Liberation removed from Steam. Why? Why would they do that? What did it do? You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why did you say that?
Potentially unplayable after September 1st, even if you purchased it? Why the fuck? Hold up, why? Why would they do that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge was on fire?
You don't mean to say you don't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike, the bridge burned down. Yeah, we bought it, I know. If that's true, that's yet another reason to go physical.
What? But it can't be.
Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
No!
And groovy. There are a bunch of services being discontinued. I imagine this is all cutting ongoing. Yeah, but I mean... I don't know. Did Liberation rely on those services? I thought it was just a single-player game. Order, order, order! The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the Inner Temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? I imagine just hosting it on Steam and maintaining licenses, having Uplay client is gonna... You don't want to pay for anymore? But I mean, wouldn't that affect all Assassin's Creed games? What's so different about Liberation? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Get the fuck out of here, Gato. Me? How dare you? Whether this litness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. It really does, though, Gato. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donan was discovered in Hazakura Temple and courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donan's body. I don't think this will be the first game you'll see removed. I just hope Ubisoft abolishes Uplay and puts everything... they better. I will riot. He makes a good point on... He really doesn't, though. That's the point.
That's right, I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court. But what is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got access, or she got across that burnt out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Ah! Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony? Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Other than walking over to the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to get across a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the... Or this is a photo of Dusky Bridge right after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. It's the final testimony. Says you, Groovy. I can work it. It's the final testimony. Yeah. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's gonna be deemed as the truth. I will be accused of murder. Right. I'm only gonna say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Incredible, you must take that rap song. Yeah, I know, right? You doubt me, but I can make a rap song if I have some time. It might be painful, though. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. I thought it said moving that booty for a second. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, couldn't have crossed that bridge.
I couldn't have crossed that bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across the bridge somehow.
So I must have just gotten confused. But you seem to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong.
They were wrong. Hold on. Perfect for the sound to fade out. Hold on. I'll find...
They were wrong.
They were wrong. Oh, Kelsey, go to sleep. Sleep is important. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Yes. They were wrong. Yes, it kind of does matter. You are important. Heck, so are you, Kelsey. This is no joke. You're giving a sworn testimony in a court of law.
Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago from today?
Yeah, whatever. Huh? Well, naturally it was,
You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it?
But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day day of my elementary school graduation.
Objection!
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. But it's relevant. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crowded while it was on fire. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge? Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
Yes. Ugh. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same thing as actually seeing something. Hold on. Sorry, I'm out of water and I needed ice. I've come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? And I don't know the exact answer yet. It's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. It's gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. I've seen a dead body cross a burning bridge. Have you? I would be curious about the circumstances. Let me save, and then I think maybe this statement... I know that the piece of evidence needed is this. Monch ice. I'm sorry. I have no water. There we go. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Oh, I'm not complaining. Oh, okay. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. I'm gonna keep on the attack and go, go, go. Ms. Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Donham. Brilliant. Highly gifted.
Apprentice?
You remember what he said in his testimony? That night at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. Or he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ugh. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, what is it? Does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. BRB no bots? Okay, sure thing. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? What did Gato say? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think that Whisker face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over and save. Because I don't want to have to redo things. This sketch is... exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh. You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness. What? It's the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence? Just so you know, we have discovered human catapults at the Intertown. Okay, I think that was wrong. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. Drawing's upside down, it's a person falling off a burning bridge. Yes, exactly. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Stoneham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality.
Huh. This is getting interesting. Yeah, no, I figured that. When Phoenix Wright was, like, upside down, I figured that. It looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trey, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? Well, I mean, obviously... Take that! The flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something?
Mr. Wright, the answer just now. It was lethal.
What? What? How was that not it? Hold on. Well, the flames, they can't be upside down, because flames don't burn upside down. Right? Or around here, maybe. Around here, maybe. Okay. Flames burn upward, though. Suspension? This wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Okay, no. No. Courtyard. Here it is. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumping Jehoshaphat! The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order, order, order! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't that likely the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like me, Laurice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? You saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laurice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, he finally laid down. But then, Lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah! Ugh. No way. Well, Larry Stone witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larry Stoneham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. What? Order, order, order! Objection. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. A pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Lightning struck that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit who would have prepared the rope rope beforehand. So then he didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had a rope on the hand to create a pendulum? Okay, now this is, the only thing I can think of... So the only thing I can think of is that they used the rope from the bridge itself. Because the photo of the bridge shows that there's one that's low. So I'm gonna do that. And the meaning of this is... Think hard. I did think hard. If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Ah, this is one of the wires from the bridge. And the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire. One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Stoneham's body. Think harder. I did, I got it. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Animation looks stupid, it does. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. As hard as it is to find mystic melodies. Oh my god.
Objection!
I can't believe I didn't go get the mystic melodies when I played through the first time. Anyway, possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. I mean, it is. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? So either it's the autopsy report, because it said the body fell, or it's this, because then that's where the... Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. I forgot to say, well, too late, I know, I'm sorry. The body was pushed from this point here, it would end up on that side. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. Every time I do, it makes me tort. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? It's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose.
That's...
Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Donim's staff. And more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on the overhead map. Crystal was found. Ah! Precisely, Your Honor. Very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright. I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Scuddo? That was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trey. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Right in their face, yeah. Yeah, he threw that mug right at Phoenix's face. The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? I swear this dude has an infinite supply of coffee. Yeah, he's got someone off screen just sliding him cups. If the criminal had sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Troy? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it into Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. I'll save, because I know there's gonna be a thing coming up. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on Hazakura Temple side? Dahlia. Okay. My three thoughts are Pearl? Wait, no, because Pearl was the one on the inner temple side. So it had to have been Miss Hall. It's Iris.
Take that!
It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? Oh, but I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it.
Objection!
Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave me your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. Enrai, do you wish for this superpower? Yeah, Enrai, would you be okay with someone constantly handing you cups of, or, mugs of coffee? Just like infinite coffee?
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse on it. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Take that!
I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, I'm sorry, Groovy. Do mute yourself, if you haven't already. Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago.
My name is...
Yeah, Dahlia.
My name's Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Son! Oh my god. Son, hi! Good to see you! Welcome. We've just gotten to some juicy parts. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Except it does, because this is a murder trial. I learned how to weave today. Oh, awesome! You'll have to show me, because I don't know. Order!
Whoa, wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of?
Why was she executed because she murdered a different person? At the very beginning of the game, we went through her murder trial. You of all people should already stand, after all. The blood of the master of... Wait, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. The Kurain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
Son! I know, right? Hi, son! We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. I'm going to save because I know the plan, but I don't want to screw things up. It's all written right here in these instructions.
Oh, what's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. The 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Wright? This whole channeling of the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true, you found plans that talk about that. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. Did you learn how to bob? Oh, bob and weave. Okay, I get it. Calm down and remember that what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by a pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. You with me so far? You follow me, camera guy? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. Ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. No, you use a shuttle and you slail.
Ooh, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? And I believe, also, son, I believe the term you're looking for is yes, Queen Slay. I think that's what you mean. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yas, Queen Slay. Yeah. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Where's Sans? That's a good question. Sans was here earlier. Sans! Reveal thyself. I summon thee with promises of feet. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move out freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move out was... Oh god. Oh god. Sans has a foot fetish. Sans has a fetish. I kidnapped Sans and I'm feeding him some ice cream. Nice. What kind of ice cream? I don't know. I don't remember. Well, that's why I like Sans. We all like Sans. Okay, so I think it was either Bikini or Francisca or Edgeworth. Ben & Jerry's cookie dough, yum. Okay, I accept that. Oh, it was Miles, right? Because he had the freak out. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple. This kind of tremor might...
How could I have... She fled. She escaped. God, now I want ice cream. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Okay, my favorite Ben & Jerry's is New York Super Fudge Chunk. So good. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. I can't keep doing the Batman voice. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice... Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. Ben & Jerry's used to have this one called Mission to Marzipan. Oh, fuck. I never got to try that one, but that sounds delicious. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne, my current profession, permanently retired.
So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing that you can do to punish me.
What is going on here? Really don't understand Ben & Jerry's. Always thought it was mediocre. Haagen-Dazs. Okay, I do love Haagen-Dazs, but I do also love Ben & Jerry's. Like, Haagen-Dazs is good. You know, honestly, I don't even think there's a qualifier. It's good. And so is Ben & Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's has, like, more exotic combinations and things. You know, more flavor types and all that. Never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. Because it has texture, my taste buds aren't that sensitive, so I like varying textures. That too, yeah. This time I'll end it, for her and for myself. No, not to be continued! To be continued now! Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems as if we're trying to learn... It seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Oh, okay, good night, Roxy. I really appreciate you. Thanks for coming by. I hope to talk to you again soon. Hope to see you soon. If you're not here in the next couple of days, I'm doing my birthday stream on the 14th, and I'll post an announcement, because there's a website where you can submit, like, a little note, and, like, add a picture and stuff if you want. So, I'll be reading those on stream. In any case, let's hear your testimony. But yes, have a good night. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die. Would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are? Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay?
Yes, you have a problem with that.
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during a cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gunno is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan?
Ha!
Imagine planning stuff after your death. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fey the master of Kurain?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris?
That's correct. Unfortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in my life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Question, how would we even sentence Dahlia? She's already dead. Hang her ghost? Oh yeah, I mean, that's the quandary. She had said, like, at the start when she was revealing herself, she was like, I'm already dead, you can't punish me. How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fey has heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams and having her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die, but why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all.
I touched Skitty's back, Pete, and he didn't flinch. Aw, sweet kitten. That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
How could anyone do that?
The idea was for me to kill Maya.
You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your... to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart except for our hair color. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. He's purring. Oh, what a sweet skitty. Oh.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Why did you pin the murder on her? But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber?
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Yeah, he's in the shrimp pose, half asleep and purring. Oh, what a sweet. Oh, I wish I could see. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
Then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Talia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fay.
Helping. Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plans so she could accomplish her own.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge.
Revenge? I hear it's a dish best served cold. It looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information. It's the only way. Okay. This is a tough situation. This is tough. I'm not sure I follow what I'm supposed to object to. The plan went wrong. I saved, right? I'm saving again just to make sure. Hold on, let me try this one inkling that I have. No. Okay, can I get a hint then? figured out her plan and sent her to jail for... Oh, well... I mean, I would assume Maya. Wait. Yeah, I would assume Maya, right? So... Not Maya? Edgeworth? Oh shit! I didn't actually want to hit that. Wait, someone figured out her plan? The idea. Who sent her to jail in the first place? Well, what's her, Mia? I see. Okay. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself?
As I said, no, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. You can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey.
Somehow knew this was it.
I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever.
Somebody should channel George Washington. sorry, random thought.
I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. It would be the one and only way I could get my revenge against Mia Fey. It's the reason I helped out with that woman's plans.
Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to help me.
Moby Dick, I'll take you on with me bare hands. Yes. Grrr.
That night. At about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple.
So, it was at least Donim who channeled her after all. Whoa.
That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing.
I don't know, something about the way her face jiggles is uncomfortable.
She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and waddled back clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger in front of the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that for myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. Cookie ghost.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Excuse me. The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern.
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern.
That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearl. Pearl went there to cover the hanging wall scroll engraving.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
The police had... Sorry, thing in my throat. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I returned. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After a big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
The real Iris?
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. The sacred cavern was alright. Stupid to go out. Went out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course, you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is?
Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
No way! Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true, I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who was actually snuffed out Missy Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous. That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There are 4 dicks, and then one dick gets sucked, and you can't grab the 4th dick. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What's the so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what? Yeah. I mean, this is what Dahlia is saying. I'm just reading it. You know, I'm just playing the character.
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence.
Yeah, huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous.
Is she? Yeah.
You can't grab the 4th dick. There's just the one in your hands, there's the one in your mouth, but you can't grab the 4th one. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Ooh, Why is Phoenix's phone... Why does it have the ringtone of Godot? Oops, sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, that's my phone. Thank you for clipping that in, Rye. I appreciate it. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! I'll grab my stuff. What about Maya? It's hard not knowing what's happening. I'm sorry, Groovy. Unfortunately, just post it in clips. Unfortunately, you have to be a mod to post in shadow clips. There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found at the inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. It's that she's being channeled, or Dahlia is currently being channeled by Maya. Has to be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
No. No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donum, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Ha! Shadow, you already know the truth as to where Maya is, yeah. Trite, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Gado? Is there a case for who murdered Mega Man Legends 3? That would be Capcom. We already know that. According to the witness, Maya Fey threw herself into Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into a river from there. Unless you can jump really far, in which case it's totally possible. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Take that!
Oh, I actually genuinely didn't want to present that, but I did. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. The Void is currently sleeping on the AC box. Oh, what a sweet kitten. As you can see, below the cliff on the underside is a big rock shelf. Oh, ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she would have... we would be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out.
No.
Order! Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the very bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. Whoa, what? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Right, is it just me that has a desync between audio and video while watching Shadow's stream? Is that happening? Is my video desyncing for anyone else? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Oh, whoops. 1, 2, 3, A. Okay, let me know if that's desynced or not. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you, Maya Fey is saving. Like a 3-ish second delay, because it looks in sync to me. Okay, hold on. Give me a second to investigate this. it doesn't... It doesn't seem like there's desync issues. Everything seems to be normal. No missed frames. Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe it's just Firefox or something. Anyway. In this very courtroom, there's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
What?
Maya Fey is here. You say she's in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
Yeah, it's fine in Firefox? Okay. I don't know what's going on then. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct?
It wasn't Pearls that channeled.
It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else who called you before she could.
Take that!
Take that. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey.
What?
But how can that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you all going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
I love how she sounds more like Gru with it. I mean, yeah, kind of. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Fey. Path back to Husker Temple was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. Mia! Holy fuck. Also, if Pearl was right there, you could have just shown Dahlia Pearl and been like, here she is, so it couldn't be you. Mia.
Mia Fey.
It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else.
But what? What are you doing here?
That hair, it's Pearl's, right?
Tell me something.
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness.
I was stabbed by Maya Fey.
Did the desk obscure her height? Kind of. Maybe? I mean, you'd think he could be like here, and then he lifts her up or something. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she could do. Now she walked up just now? Oh, okay. I guess that makes more sense. Lift Pearl up and sit her down on the desk? Yeah, exactly. But, yeah.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. Now she in full tit mode. Yeah, that's a way to put it. Things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't stand for this.
Yeah, where is Emerald? I don't know. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. So real story, the Sandercock Lab, slaves prairie chickens, and the prairie cock and the prairie hen. Oh, really? That's funny. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you hadn't gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. If only you had gotten this spiky-haired the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death.
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Ice Dragon! Hey! I'm Lone Barry, but I enjoyed the show. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate you too. I didn't realize you were here, but thank you for stopping by. And I really appreciate you, and I hope to see you again soon. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Then you said, even when the body dies, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Oof.
I'm not ready to go.
Ooh. Whoa. So okay, so this is like the fire of her hatred, and then it's snuffed out. Hell fucking yes. Maya! It's the inner demon persona. Yeah.
Nick. Sis.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Guerrero, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell. The hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as young Pearl Fey, are also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, is that a New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. I never thought of it that way. At any rate, time to pass judgment on the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Church.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means.
What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony?
I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern and took out the dagger in front of the stone room and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed.
Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone else.
Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. I gotta say, I'm quite shocked it's not over. Although, it is making sense. Unless someone is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. That's not how courtrooms work. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this courtroom isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? Find out in the next episode of Scooby-Doo. This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright? Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. And also she collapsed on the floor. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. She literally collapsed, bro. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this all by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. To protect Gotham. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up.
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. As a purring panther. Oh, Umbreon.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris. There's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donan, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. On the bat phone.
There's a problem, come to the inner temple right away. The purring void, yes.
I got onto the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But the path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly.
We can't just leave the body here, so you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it?
The void is made of purrs. Oh, I love him.
It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. On the bat snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishichijo. I wiped the blood off her staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
I don't think that's how that works. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. Can't say who did it.
I see. Defendant,
Yes.
the judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. She loves me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean... she's learned who Elise Donham really was?
Yes, I went up to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. From all angles.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. And perhaps between that thick sausage of yours.
Tattersville? Oh, God.
This trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but... I think I said I know who. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. The criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means the killer knew Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by the pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win.
Hey, I appreciate you too, Groovy. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Can I get one more motorboat before you go? Finally, it's time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see, anyway? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Oh, thank you, Groovy. Groovy better make time for the 14th, otherwise I'm going to be super angry. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, certainly I do want you to be there, but, like, if you have stuff keeping you away, that's fine. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, the tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim. What's happening, It's happening, my dudes. Where's Emerald? I'm confused. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. It wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Whose was it? In the court record. I'm waiting for you to experience this? Oh god, okay. I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. No. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright and Co. Law Offices.
Maya, according to this magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moments of Elise Donem's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
yes, Your Honor.
Oh, poor Maya. Oh, I don't wanna hurt Maya.
I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over my face. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. Suppose it must have been with this staff. Maya, the person who hit you, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright, please bring your cross-examination. Or begin your cross-examination. Alright, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Who else was on the inner temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
The day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later, like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? After that, your attacker was in front of you? How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a second. I'm sorry, I just can't remember.
I was really having a hard time. What should I do? Press. Always press harder. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donem, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well, please continue. What happened after you were struck on the head?
What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
after getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There was only two things rolling around in my mind at that time. Rolling around at the speed of sound, and this.
Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!"
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, woman, an adult, child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
I'm guessing it was Miss Brawsize or whatever her name is. She's the only other witness Pearl and wouldn't have heard of why. Yeah? Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. Thought that was my last hope.
Also, I don't think it's Mia. There's no way Mia would have killed her mother. It sounds like Mia was really out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. I do, press her heart. Always. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me."
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do when... What do you call it when that happens?
I was not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What did you say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah!
What is it now?
I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? I'm the attacker. There was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. You swore an oath. Witness, the information you presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. See, a man behind my attack. Interesting. A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She used this excuse twice now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was farther away, but not my attacker who was closer.
That doesn't make sense.
Plus, there weren't any other sources of light in the garden at the time.
Hmm.
And something warm splashed over me. And it seemed like it came from 4 sources, but I couldn't grab the 4th source.
You don't mean, was it...
I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood.
You're saying that's when Donum, who was channeling Dahlia, stabbed in the back by the killer?
At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me.
Satsu! Hey, good to see you. How are you? I take it you're back in Scotland? So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that?
No, I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. I worked side by side with Maya for 2 years. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. Right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. I'm saving, but I think I might know what to do. Off the bus and back home safe. Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that, Satsu.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker.
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Miss Elise Donan, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. But yeah, did you have a fun time, Satsu? You're doing well now? Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Café au lait, is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. I did indeed, I got a wand and everything. Ooh, did you get like one of those personalized wands, or is it like a replica, or what? You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Oh, yeah, Groovy is too sweet. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you just say? If there was truly no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man, woman, an adult, or child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. Quite clearly described him as a man. I was going to get a Hufflepuff one, but I got a Dumbledore one instead. Oh, nice! In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person. Despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Order! 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 What in the world does this mean, Phoenix Wright? Or Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection!
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There is no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover up for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. But yeah, it was great. How's stream going? Oh, why sad though? I'm glad it was great, and stream's been fun. I've been having fun, and this is an interesting end to the game. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. don't know anything. Please.
Guessing her own father? Oh, that would be interesting. Huh. You talk a good game, Wright, but let's see if you can walk the walk. And by that I mean save, and then save scope. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
It would be interesting, but I mean, they've basically never mentioned her dad before, so... Man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that Maya Fey saw in the darkness? I genuinely have no idea. It couldn't have been Butts. Certainly not. I mean, Gato is the only one who makes any sort of sense.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Fey was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. Well, this is... But it can't be. Huh. Yup. That makes sense. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gato, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ugh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. Okay, no worries. Bye, Groovy. I'll talk to you later. I appreciate you. Oh, thank you, I appreciate you too. We all love you.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason.
What? But thank you, Groovy. Have a good one. I'll talk to you later. I appreciate you so much. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Saku! Oh my gosh, hi! Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but...
Saku, you're precious. Wait, is Groovy still here? I have to give shout out. Heck, sad boy? Why sad boy? Why sad? You know what? I'll do something for you.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed.
Oh, also, Saku, did you see my announcement for my birthday stream?
The torches were lit and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too.
Yeah, I saw the Mayday outfit thing. Yeah, both you and Dork were the whole reason that I put that on. And I really don't want to do it, so I put it as the very last thing.
Did all that work alone, I assumed it was a man.
So after the crime took place, the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Gallo said, you're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you'd be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, please examine with your begin with your cross-examination. But yeah, okay. I mean, of course, I don't expect to even get close to that, that goal. Like, I might get to, like, the 30 sub goal at most, but... So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed.
So then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. Oh yes, thank you, Enrai. I will put that in my announcements so people can send the little cards.
That's what I think too.
So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
By the time I got back.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Also, Saku, if you're lurking, I really appreciate you. Have fun with the doodles. I hope it helps not be such a sad boy. And I'll talk to you later. The killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
Why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer was desperately wanted to hide. You're precious.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yo, these torches be lit as fuck, yo! Sorry.
Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed.
I wanted to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could be? The killer probably lit them since it would be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, then there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? It's true, it's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. Snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed on the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's still something that's bothering me. That killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount. It's true. I could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think I'll help explain them. I think this will help explain them.
So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why would they do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Okay. So, okay, again, this kind of contradicts this, because it was not lit the night of the crime. Okay, fine. You can at least see where I was coming from. I was like, if the torches weren't lit that night, how is it they were lit now? That's up the bridge. Okay, I was thinking that charm, like, was like, oh, well, but that didn't change, so... Okay. Dang it. It's gotta be... The snow, carefully cleaned up since the person did all the work alone. I assume it was a man. Didn't work alone? This is a really tough one. Okay, when I came to, I was laying there. That I don't think is it. The time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Torches are lit and the body was gone. I mean, the torches weren't lit, but... Oh, the next morning, I see. Okay, never mind. Well, there went my only thought. We cleaned up, too? Maybe they didn't do it alone, though. Oh god, I don't know. Does anyone know? So, yeah, carefully cleaned up. Like, he had an accomplice? So, oh, whoops, that wasn't what I wanted. Body was gone. Wait, but then why would he leave blood on the... So... Okay, so... Killer cleaned up, but he missed a spot. We know this. Yeah. Yeah, obviously. I mean, he missed multiple spots, I think. Well, I mean, like, we know he left the blood on the lantern itself, and we know that, the dagger was stuck in the tree, and we know that this was found in the garden as well. So then pressed on statements 3. Maybe not in that order. Yeah, so torches were lit. Four. Yeah, and this is about the shovels. They're too heavy to use. The victim's blood was on the snow. So they wanted to hide the body. Killer wanted to hide the... There's no need to remove that amount. Looks like there are mysteries, but I think this will help explain them. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
The killer a tamper. It's been something he wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
Okay, thank you. Honestly, that was not very intuitive. I appreciate that, son. You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. They did it for your sake?
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, Brad.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Esther of Kurin killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? I'm gonna save it just to make sure. And then I'm gonna present... Yeah. The body of Elise Donan was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood, was all scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Gatto. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the stone lantern. Maya.
Ah.
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body Excuse me. Move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern. I don't know what the killer's plan was. It's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer... Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? I feel like these are both kind of the same thing. There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini in a bikini. It's because the killer is the one who wrote it. Okay, okay. That was not the right answer. There's only one explanation. One as obvious as Gene Armstrong in a thong on the Riviera. Okay. The killer was trying to pin the crime on Maya. Huh?
Nick, I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you this, but if the killer admits then why didn't the killer leave the crime scene where it was?
Wait, what? Oh, the killer didn't, okay. Prosecutor Gatto, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, he wouldn't have left the writing, wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Forget the ketchup on the apron, yeah. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. It was way off the hizzy, dog. There was no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I just put it together now. There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing on the wall, as if it didn't happen earlier in the trial? Mr. Gatto, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Gatto? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Gatto, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron Delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Interesting. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Gatto, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea. Is there such a thing as red tea? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Mr. Gatto is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Gatto, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donan, also known as Ms. Misty Fey. Yeah, red tea is a real thing? Oh, okay. I didn't know. It's not hard to believe that... It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does the little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer also wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, then why not take out just that area? Oh! Yes, why didn't you just take out it? Ah, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red in the blood, the red bloods that had seeped into the snow. So it had to remove all of the snow. Couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. Torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Gatto?
Hold it. Wait just a minute.
Maya, what is it, witness?
Mr. Gatto isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't even show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We just established this a little while ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover Gatto no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright. Oh gee, there's a Nordy Void who likes to steal my... Oh, silly kitten. Oh, what a silly. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple too. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around and couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's why when Mr. Gatto arrived at the temple for the first time, or that's when Mr. Gatto for the first time, he found Pearly first and cheered her up right. And cheered her right up.
Among Us, hey, Guido, good to see you again. Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay.
So when did you hear about this? How are you doing, Guido? I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well. You said you're still studying, right? Like you're focusing on school? Is that going well?
Just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's way more honest. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Gatto. Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright. Let's get this cross-examination started. Hold it! So where did you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya.
She knew that the spiritual training I was about to go under was very intense.
Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it, that's why she headed to the temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donan. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end?
Well, you see, Pearlie gets scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. Says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room.
And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
No! No, if only Groovy were here to ban... But it's fine. I will ban. School's going great, but I did get friend zone. Oh. This is a good thing because I now have a friend. Well, if you mean someone you wanted to be romantically interested in, and then... He doesn't deserve spam. Thank you. I don't deserve to be famous. Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
But thank you, Guido. And yeah, if it was the actual kind of friend zone, I do feel sorry for you, but I am happy you have a friend. So that means it's possible someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Next day when the brother...
Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge?
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and she woke up a bunch of times.
But real question, why don't you buy followers and become famous now? Because that goes against my moral fiber. I like to think if I'm gonna earn followers, I'm gonna do it the hard way with self-flagellation. Well, at least we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her. She wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Gatto. That's funny. I'm imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Gatto? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. The freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So we had never visited Hazakura Temple. Okay. Huh? Want me to say something trite? Or you want to say something trite? Guess I have to find a crack in Gatto's armor. Cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well, please go on. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Gatto.
He cheered her up?
That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Gatto.
And here I was thinking that you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in even more ways than one. It was really weird. After all the time we spent together, she realized she's aromantic and asexual, but we do understand that's not a high baseline. Keep it short, not a relationship, but a bestie for life. Well, you know what? I'm glad for that. I'm glad that you two came to an understanding. I feel like situations like that, people have a tendency to just like go like, oh, all or nothing. Like if I can't have you romantically, I'll just leave. But it's nice that you came to an understanding. And I'm glad you have a bestie. The truth is there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-toothed combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Gatto style. I'm the same way. I like to hand out verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. Crazy how much talking to each other helps? Oh, I fully agree. Communication is like, it can't be overstated how important it is. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there, you headed for the prep room? Wait a sec. What did Gatto say just now? He just found his proverbial weak spot. I don't think of any importance here. Where was Gatto when the murder was taking place? He must have been in the inner temple. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed her. Anyways, I didn't come out here just to blabber about my personal life. So is that coffee guy a cyborg or just? So I'll be honest with you, we don't know yet. Basically, he seems to be a guy from the past who was murdered, but now he's alive again, and we don't know why. Groovy, yes, you did make it back. Also, the judge doesn't have a name. He's just Judge. Yes, Groovy, look who it is! Also, I'm really hell-bent on finishing this, so, I might be here for a while still. we finish the old you, Shy Guy. I mean, now though, it's true. He is an NG now. Can I get a hint, son? I'm not sure I fully understand. Because he was going like, oh wait, did I find his weakness? Where it's like, so he was doing an investigation of his own. So he was in the courtyard, or he was in the garden. But like, how do I prove that? So he was in the garden? The G part? Groovy is a G for sure. I'd say groovy, I prefer that anyway. Misty Faye is the key. Well, so, I mean, my understanding is that, like, she channeled... Or somebody channeled Gato, because... How did he know Misty Faye was in the cave? I mean... In her fine garb? Oh, with the gravy, right? Oh, well... Okay, hold on. Wow, okay. Mr. Gato, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place.
What? Why do you say that?
Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Gato is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. It's that wonderfully delicious smell. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? Why gravy, Nick?
You think you're on Discord too often? Maybe. Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Gato, if you really hadn't seen the hanging wall scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Taking another look at the hanging wall scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the Mark of the Master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark...
You could guess that the picture... It was a picture of Misty Faye on there. Twice you put the colons as if it's the Discord emote. True. True, but Mr. Gato described what was underneath like this, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Gato, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Wow, okay. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trey? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak on the crime scene.
Of course Mr. Gatto knew about the plan.
Huh?
What did you say? Because I think it's goofy. It is kind of goofy. It's true. Possible that another person knew of that plan? Okay, so my thought here, which I'm sad I didn't save, but my thought here is to do Morgan Fay. Because, I mean, I don't think we've had a chance to present her otherwise, right? So, like, unless, oh gosh, I'm sorry, this is tough. Well, I mean, okay. Who else knew of the plan? Iris, I guess, maybe, and Pearl. Made some good memes. Oh, do share. I mean, the one who wrote it would knew about it. Should continue, I will continue. Do it. Do it. There is physical evidence that this was gonna take place, was it? Oh! You know what? Yeah. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. Okay, also I'm saving. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Okay, yeah, I had forgotten about that part. Unsealed. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist that this crafty killer is me? First, I need to watch, stream, and find stuff to make a meme out of, though. Well, yeah, I mean, I do have my Stream Archives YouTube channel, so, basically every stream I've done has been uploaded there, except for the really early stuff that I do still plan on uploading. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Gatto couldn't have known why the instructions were hidden.
I believe. He really wanted to know. He had one great chance to find out. Yes, when was that? During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. Okay, figured a meme out. Give me a second. Yeah, take all the time you need. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center. Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Gatto. Order, order, order! Mr. Gatto, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. Oh, my Discord just, or my Twitch app just crashed. Sorry, give me a second. And you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Ora. This is... Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Or because it stimulates them. Sorry for always asking, what does that mean? It means there's a reason for every... Crash Bandicoot. Yeah, that's the Twitch app. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. This is why I drink the darkness known as coffee. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect the witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. Disgusting. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Gatto? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. Guess you were doing your best to cover for Gatto. For the same reason, huh? Wait, the same reason? Okay, Wright, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. And what's this? There's one person who lies at the center of this whole story. A person that ties you and Maya Fey inextricably. And that's Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait just a second here. Mr. Gatto is a defense attorney? With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Gatto, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. Oof. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Oh. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago. Right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. but very little information about the case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports had ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
For 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I had opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Adalia Hawthorne. Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die, and it was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
You mean done? Okay, I can't wait to check it out. Unfortunately, I really want to get to the end of this, so I won't check until later. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Korean village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense.
If Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But how could you contact my mother? She's been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between Main Family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Kini did say something to that effect. It's not entirely true as it is, it's funny. Well, I can't wait to see. She said that the Master had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget. No matter how far from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always...
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know about how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, it was even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
That night, the night of the crime, that was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
It's a shitpost, over-exaggeration is like the main thing, but yeah, as long as it's entertaining. And not, like, hideously wrong, you know? We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. Yes, I wasn't gonna correct you or anything, I know it's not serious. Yeah, exactly. What? What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Goddo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. This music does slap. It really does. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? And who saved? So that way they didn't lose progress. There are only two possible suspects right now, Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Goddo. And yes, sun does slap. Well, Troy. Yeah, you slap too, Guido, absolutely. If you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick, please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Goddo. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect me. And me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fey, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. Pigeon, straight up, yeah. You're a pigeon. You straight up smack. Exactly.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
My reaction to that information? Yes, it's true. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Firmly believe that this is one case where you do not... This is the one case where you don't
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she was struck back, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Ha. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Oh no, you're fine. I just don't think Maya should have testified. Yeah, oh, I agree. Proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant, like... Because you always press harder. This is Phoenix Wright. Lights shining in the dark? Don't you think that... I don't think you could make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Gado's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... You turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Gado's mask?
Yeah, I guess so.
Comment or rating about something in-game. So... I don't want to sound that negative, but I admit I'm kind of disappointed a little bit. I thought there would be some crazier explanation as for why Diego lived and why he was a prosecutor. I kind of already had that idea in my head, so it didn't surprise me as much, which I am kind of sad about, but overall it's a fantastic game.
Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember, after all. There was a person I couldn't identify from you.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. My son was totally surprised. I mean, like, I'd so been wondering about, like, how did Gado survive, and, like, how does, you know, what's his whole purpose for being a prosecutor, and then it occurred to me, like, oh, well, you know, he's probably trying to help Mia in some way, and, you know, and, like, oh, he probably talked... Admittedly, I thought, like, he talked to her as a spirit, and, like, and that, you know, coordinated with her, but, I mean, it's roughly the same. What did you do when you saw the red lights? It's not bad writing just because you were able to... Oh, it's not! No. I'm just trying to say, like, I don't even mean to sound that down about it when I say... I redeemed that anyway. Yeah. But I'm just trying to say that, like, I'm only let down in the sense that I figured it out and was wondering if there would be more to it. You're just so big brain. I'm not trying to be arrogant. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder. What happened after that?
Oh, dead though. She was struck. And she struck back at the enemy behind her.
Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And I also, the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out the shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so, but...
Oh, Pigeon, I don't know if you know this, but Shadow has quotes. I do have quotes now. That's true. They went out.
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Gatto's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight.
Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite. Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What really happened then? Yeah, so for quotes, exclamation mark quote will get you a random quote. Exclamation mark add quote will add one, and del quote will delete it. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then that scream came from the killer? It's got to be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? I just want to come on a date with him. Do I have to make a deal with Satan? I think I might.
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Rice, seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Nice. All quotes are meant to be sus. Yeah, that's true. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out the scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with the sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. Judge, don't get... Yeah. Today, PETA, tomorrow, the world. Yes. I do love QuoteBot. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's one thing I can think of. It could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back? Take that! I want a son, QuoteBot. I'm sorry, unfortunately I can't. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. No, because we just tested that. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Son QuoteBot would be too sus for existence, yeah. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Gatto, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. I'll get a moon and sans QuoteBot. Yeah, the holy trinity of sus. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave the evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by the detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I were really the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Oh, that Gato represents himself and performs well? Yeah. In any event, it seems established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Hold it. Wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Gato had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? I mean, it's not like he was home for several days.
Maya, maybe he just changed clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple got trapped in there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Gato was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes.
Ah. Oh. How was that? Now that I can do proper RRs again, because it seems like nobody's getting banned for it. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the lottery? That was pretty good? Good. I'm glad. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah. So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, Wright, can you do it or not? Not hard enough though to keep training. I'm continuing my training, yes. How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Gato of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Get a bit more deep and whispery in there. You gotta give people chills. Yeah, that's a fair point. But also, I'm out of practice because I wasn't doing it for a while because I was worried Twitch would ban me. Going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Ugh, that's good. A fighter till the bitter end, Trite. Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Or we could not. We could not. Are you trying to pressure me, Gato? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You got nothing, Troy. What do I do at a time like this? It's simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. Cut? If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say?
Hidden.
Is it under his mask?
This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle.
I need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. That's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you've got. Location where the killer hid his wound. Lantern? This one is a person. Wait. What? I'm really not clear on this. I want to say... No, that wouldn't make sense, right? Because it's not her blood. Mr. Shadow, I don't normally stay this long. I must get on. Oh, okay, no worries, Groovy. I appreciate you. Have fun in Apex. Sorry, I'm so caught up in Phoenix writing. Location? Who has one more place than usual to hide things under their bodies? One place more than usual. What, like... What? One more place than usual to hide things on their body. Well, it would be... her? Well, because she just got stabbed, right? So... covering someone's face? So, yeah, so... I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? I'm still peek at chat. Oh, okay, thank you. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. But just in case, bye, Pigeon. It was nice seeing you again. I agree. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Gatto, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Ooh. Okay, well, now that it exploded, we're not going to be able to tell there's a stab wound there. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Gato.
But I was wrong about you. I knew from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Dude, it is not personal. I know, right? You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But, you saved Maya.
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the important man involved. The most important man. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing here, right there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was daydreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Panda mook out. Oh. Was I really motivated by pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman that had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, the fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my fault. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off.
Hold on one second, everyone. Okay, sorry about that. True defender of her people.
In that one moment, I understood everything. Moo.
Mr. Gatto.
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Whoa. Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Oh, and now he's crying blood. Yeah, oh. Oh, poor Diego. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant,
Yes, Your Honor.
although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with body in the crime scene is a serious offense in and of itself.
I understand, Your Honor.
Mr. Armando,
Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Oh, hi, Beefies. Hi, you. Are you good now that you've eaten foods? You ate the foods. Oh, sweet.
Cooperated anyway.
very well. Before I hand down my verdicts, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Back cut at the tender moment, I know, right?
I just want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
Oh, Beefies. Kitten. The beefy kittens. Your big yawn.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can't believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
The beef. Hi, Beefies. Hi, kitten. Hi, you.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly know each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this courthouse. The next was was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It's just, I can't believe it's true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Oh. You mean...
That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
Who was dating Iris, I know. You mean she was ready to kill me, didn't she? Had so much...
She already had so much chance for her. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? Came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
When I couldn't get you to give it back, I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It's the first time that had ever happened.
Was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine.
Iris.
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aww.
Thank you.
Aww. Sad. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial is to rule on the murder of the victim and least own him. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Yay! Court is now adjourned. We did it. He loves her too. Oh, it's so sad. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course justice was served. Mia, I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant.
But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you.
You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something that I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
Handled lots of cases and seen lots of things. At the end of this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case has produced one possible answer. Yo, sweet beef.
Nick,
Maya.
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say?
That night, I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But...
Come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too.
Beefies. Do I need to come over there? Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You're so brutally attacked, and you even saw your own mother murdered. Francisca.
Still softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in. Mr. Edgeworth and Francisca have been helping me. Have actually been helping me. Phoenix saved everyone.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca.
I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there?
Oh, Larry.
What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even one.
That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good. Iris is over something, jeez. No, I mean, oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good.
But,
Isn't that right, Edgy?
what? Me?
Why are you making that face at, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack a resemblance, or that they lack resemblance.
You really mean it? What about you, Francie? I draw you well, too.
My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the efforts you put in, and that's worth something.
So then you'll do it like you promised? You're so gonna model for Francisca just whip you whip.
Don't get carried away.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around.
Pearls... Really, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. I'll be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened.
Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francisca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well, because we murdered him.
I think I understand how she feels. Maya is much wiser a person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by that? Now is exactly the time.
I wasn't the only one badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person who is trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too.
Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya?
It's gotta be Pearl, right? Dad lost 10. It's Pearl, right? Can I just get quick confirmation, because I really need to get going. I've gone on way too long. Can I just get the answer? I'm pretty confident it's Pearl. Son, if you're still there watching. Unsmiley, hi! I'm really trying to finish up quickly, so, okay, I'm holding on. I need help. Hi, Beefies. Hi, sweet. Hi, sweet kitten. No. You are silly. Well, once I reach the end of the game, because I really intend on this being the finale. Yeah, it's Pearl. Okay, that's what I think. Thank you. Parfait. The poor kid, after all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae Clan, and I'm sure she believed every last word. Yes, I will look at your meme after dinner. She thought she was that's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But yeah, I'll be ending very, very soon on Smiley. I'm sorry. It's a cruel irony that her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearls' sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey. So this is where you all were. Wow, it looks like yeah, okay. What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scoffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teensy-weensy bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ha ha ha. Pretty good work, Scoffy. Is that whip was your reward? Detective Gumshoe? You said first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Tribien, or Tribien. Where else? Knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, crybaby. You're invited to... Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be eating the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Please. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? Oh, I'll bet she went back home. That's all. I thought so too, but I called the village. No one has heard from her. This has never happened before. After dinner? I know, but it's dinner time for me.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt after this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But no, this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you once we find Pearl. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We'll have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix Wright, we'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright.
We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only
one place I can think of Pearl might have gone to.
Hazakura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. Well, today, yes, you're all back so soon. Sister Bikini?
Sister Bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearlie's here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Oh, okay.
But I want to see the reaction. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Honestly, I'm like way over time.
Pearlie's not here.
Ah, Maya, that hanging wall scroll.
Ah.
Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Hey, Will, hey, good to see you. I'm really sorry, but I'm like, this is like the end of the game, and I'm really trying to hurry through.
I swear I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault, Mystic Maya's mother.
That's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong.
Damn, you just tuned in. I'm sorry.
Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie to me to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were here for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm truly impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Sister Bikini.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I did want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. And now she's not with me anymore because I died.
Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
I think that Misty kept by her side, kept by her heart and would never take off. It's important that it's a container. It wasn't that the container, it was the contents.
That's.
You can make up for a they're very popular. Morbid as fuck, Shadow. I'm sorry.
Photo. Mother.
It's only natural for creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what a human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Oh, that's so funny. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll be sure to prepare the reservations for the three of you when you come back. Oh, shh. Can I go back? Sorry.
You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots of food today.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it then?
Reservations for the training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? think. You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us.
Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh?
It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally.
Huh?
That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Mile, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before and come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing. Objection! Oh, I love that. Great ending.
I really have to work extra hard now. Master Karain and the office of the frog. And I have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
Yeah, you have a habit of that. The standing ovation. That was very sweet. I really like it.
So it's true, Mr. Nick is really Mystic Mile's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Okay. Maggie brought me a brand new coat. As a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, man will soil himself silly. That's true. Okay, can we? Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh boy. Okay, can we move on? I really need to go.
Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting.
We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of the criminals in the city.
Our motto is cut it out, please.
Pretty cute, huh?
We also sell plans of the criminals. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals.
Okay, good. Yeah, programming, great. I don't even know.
I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him 500,000 and a tea set. Special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands.
Beefies, what you doing, silly?
I bet he's drinking it now, win through compromise.
Beefies. Silly.
Come here, Sildy. Come here, you Sildy.
I'm just an old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Nice. Noriyuki Iwadara?
As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard it, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly.
69, lol, yeah. And my, more reporters? Since the murder, we've had so much money, I hardly know what to do. Give it to me. I think the magazine's lacking because I provide a nice visual, especially in the stream. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Okay, special thanks. Awesome. Cool. Okay, let's go. Hurry this up.
You've turned into such a respectable man, Feedy. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the one slapped you so hard it made your nose bleed.
When the little one slapped you so hard it made your nose bleed. Okay, there were no voices. Okay, great. Ben Judd. Oh, nice. I think I've heard his name before. I don't remember from where. Sound King. Cool, okay. Okay, I guess while this is going, I'm gonna just say thank you all so much for stopping by, saying hi, chatting, just all that. I really appreciate it. I try and stream every other day, so Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays at 1 p.m. Pacific. I have my special birthday stream planned on the 14th, which is Thursday, so I really hope to see you there. Should be a lot of fun. I have a Discord if anyone is interested, !Discord, or there's a link in my About section. I'd love to see you there. It's the best way to keep up with my streams, as well as chat with me and other cool people. And yeah, this was a really great game, and I'm really glad I played it through. Thank you, Sun, for joining me on this adventure.
What's this? I'm back from home. No one's here to greet me. Guess I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy, and I got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's with all these flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now, what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? Bring them over to poor Reggie. You know what I really can't accept these information. Whenever I find a gentleman, a refined lady, okay.
Yeah, thank you all so much again. I'm so happy. Once the credits are over, I will be ending stream. So, friends, his whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. Oh wow, jeez, really good portrait artist. No loser after all. Shinji Mikami, that's awesome. Okay, but like actually, aw, adorable. Aw, I love it. To talk to Old Bag, of course. I'm sad we didn't get to talk to Winston Payne. This is... Alright, that's it for today's stream. Thank you all so much again. I really appreciate it, and I really hope to see you on the 14th when my birthday stream is. Yeah, I did it. I appreciate you too, Groovy. Thank you. Okay, see you later, Will. Bye, everyone. Bye.